Live, you say?
It's alive.
Hey, better than dead, they say.
Why is there no? I swear. Just
Mhm.
hear an ad getting played.
Yeah, it wasn't letting me mute it for some reason because it had the stupid little pop up over the pause and mute button.
Hmm.
So like, go away, go away before I taunt you a second time. I see that your screen is very holiday themed.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like your beard's longer than I remember, TJ. You look like you came out of ZZ Top.
Well, I haven't trimmed it in, I want to say over 6 months ish. I don't
Pretty
remember.
good, pretty good. I got a haircut the other day.
Nice. I was starting off strong.
I mean, starting strong is always good.
At least it's only during the setup phase.
Yeah.
And there is a very slight chance that this one isn't even your fault.
I don't. None of them are my fault.
This one even less so.
What's up, Luce?
Is this technically the first stream of 2024?
For him. Objection!
I
Exit,
take
you
it
say?
he lives in one of the regions that's already.
Yeah, he's over in India.
We're still in last year.
Yeah, how is it like in the future? First part of 2024.
Hmm.
Probably not the last one of 2023 either. Thank you,
Loud,
Rhea.
very loud.
Turn that down a little bit.
What caused that? Oh, screaming.
It's a redeem.
It's like
Yeah,
fart
I
me
saw
up.
the Raya and the Lucifer. I didn't see the Sunny Aid redeemed the screamer.
Mm-hmm. Future's still bad. Sad. Well, let's see if Holmes still has a bullet in him.
I think he's still in surgery.
I'll be honest, I completely forgot what happened last time.
Same.
The last time we basically coerced Gina into making us her attorney, and in doing so, we got um what's his face, fish and chips man,
Oh,
just
yeah.
let us investigate the closed room mystery.
Yep.
Then we basically had Gina saying, "I, you can't break this," and she lies about the whole case from the
Mm-hmm.
very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
I
And
remember we
then we
also.
have Iris going, "Yep, I don't believe you said that. I don't believe what you say.
Mm-hmm.
I won't believe what you mean." As we investigate.
Arts.
And Twitch is having some difficulties.
Mm-hmm. You weren't here for the conversation, but they apparently like went down pretty hard earlier, because
Really
the like website was fine, but no streams were loading for a little bit.
interesting. I wonder if they're still having server issues then, or maybe they got like was DDoS.
I have no idea.
It was only like an hour ago or so, so not too sure what it was yet.
Gotcha. So it seems like it's kind of up back.
Yeah, we can at least watch other people's streams.
Gotcha. Gregson, that's his name.
Gregson.
Gregorton.
Gregsby.
It dead now? Maybe Exu seen the before it had come back.
Okay. That worried me.
I mean, I'm actively watching your stream as well on Twitch.
Yeah. Okay.
That stuff fixes itself at like different rates for people. So
I assume it has to do with like your internet connection, the bit rate.
Yeah.
Because like people will like say to refresh and stuff like that. For example, I've never personally had to do that,
True, yeah.
but I know some people do like get stuck in broken stream region until they refresh.
I always had the issue of when you refresh Twitch, it always said, you know what? You refresh the page, that means I gotta give you another ad on the
Yeah.
house. Unskippable. Way louder than the actual video you've been watching.
Yeah.
I have an issue with the app where I'll like go into a stream and watch the ad, and then if I like pause and play again, it'll just do ads for me for free.
Yeah, that happens too. You gotta make sure you don't actually minimize the app too.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta do the picture-in-picture mode so it keeps playing without dropping you an ad.
Yeah.
Hey, that's another thing that bothers me. If you like minimize it to look at other stuff, like see who else is streaming, and then exit it, it doesn't like auto minimize it. It just like fully pretends like you've left the app.
Yeah, the way I found the easiest way to do it is to hit the home button on my phone instead of the app swap menu button.
Mm-hmm.
And then that forces it into picture-in-picture mode, and then I can just do other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Do we still have to talk to Gregorsby here? Yes.
We probably do.
Do we want to examine the room first?
I don't think we've
Yeah.
actually like done anything in this.
I think we just walked in the
Yeah.
door, didn't we?
Yeah, because we went back to talk to Iris.
Like we got his little preamble that says we're allowed to do this, but we didn't actually do anything. I think.
All right, we had to talk to Iris because we made the revelation that this was a 3DS game, and we were supposed to use the built-in
Oh, yeah,
stereoscopic 3D on the 3DS to do the stereoscope.
Yeah.
Then we started talking about how old some games were.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yep.
All right, let's use them peepers.
Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What about this? What about this?
See, that wasn't ransacked. That was just not closed all the way.
I see.
A key difference.
Mm.
Ryunosuke is only a lawyer in training. He wouldn't know that.
He's not even he didn't even go to school for this. He did a crash course over 40 days?
He's he's a legal assistant in training. He's got a badge. He's mildly official. Just don't look too hard at it.
Yeah, because then you'll see it's not his.
Exactly. He's one of those guys that on those cop shows where they like flash a badge and then pretend to hide it. Like, yep.
Iris
I'll
killed
shoot
my
him down
string
again. Oh. Why'd you say you're drinking tea again?
I thought it was the next one up. Or I was trying to go up in the chat to do stream fart.
Gotcha. You get some toast from Zaxby's?
Yes. I
Reminds me back in high school when Patrick was doing the whatchamacallit, where you spend half the day at the local college.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What was that called?
Dual enrollment.
Cool room. There you go. The name escaped me. Anyways, he'd always stop by Zaxby's and he'd give me his toast in AP French.
Yeah.
It's like, ah, yes, the best way to get through AP French, free toast.
Yeah.
It looks like it's back on my end at least.
It should be, yeah. OBS said it was reconnected.
All right, shall we start on the new dialogue again?
Yeah.
Ah,
What is it, Iris?
that's the box. The box file my manuscript was being kept in.
I believe
I believe
is
you took
now,
over Susato, TJ.
Oh,
Irish's unpublished story, The Hound of Bakersville.
That's
Baskerville.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they made it Bakersville to make it legally distinct from the actual Hounds of Baskervilles,
Yeah.
but obviously not.
honestly, I feel like that might be more legally dubious than naming him Sherlock Holmes, just straight up.
Yeah, true. Surely that's not what all this...
Iris, you can't. You asked me, he sold it. I'm telling you. Oh, crashed again. It feels like every time it's about to crash, your guys' little picture-in-picture profile view,
Uh-huh.
it goes pixely.
Hmm.
At this rate, you'll have 2,000 by the end of the stream.
I'm wondering if there might be a setting or something that could be played with.
Speaking of random stuff. Oh, yes, I know I logged in Twitch. I'm the one who did it. What do you guys think about the new Monster Hunter game coming out in like 2 years?
I am excited.
I've only seen a little bit of the thing.
I've just seen the trailer.
That's literally all that's been shown. It looks like it'll be cool though.
I like the
No,
lightning thing. I also saw Gaijin Hunters dive onto it, into it, where he was like showing how there's a bunch of old ideas that seem to be being incorporated into this.
Yeah.
All right.
We must check inside the box at once.
It would help to be tapped into the game.
Yes.
What was so loud?
The fart, I
The
guess?
fart maybe? Generic
Ah.
It was
Yeah, the
there.
fart.
Iris' story was there.
Really? It was? Also, in response to chat, really? I didn't think it was that loud.
I will say on our end, at least, it does sound a bit louder than I remember it being. But I don't know if that's like a separate setting for viewers or not.
Maybe all of my alerts are just loud. I don't know. They've not really been. Oh, you know what it is? I think in comparison to the game, it is, and our mic's situated further back. So let's just go ahead and turn this down a bit more.
Bitrate indigestion, I would agree.
Alright. Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean, of course, it's Ivy Hurley when he said he'd be positive here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown.
I mean, she's not frowning in the slightest.
Ryunosuke is projecting. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. Alright.
Easy peasy. Case closed.
The Hound of the Baskervilles. Was that louder? No, it should have been quieter. I turned the slider down.
I think it was quieter.
How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain.
The timing on that one. Can you flip it over? Yes. Also, who uses pink paper to write?
Iris.
Terrible.
That's it. That's all this gives.
That's so useless, though.
Meow.
You're gonna make your own screensaver, are you? Gonna beat out the pipes from Windows XP?
What I'll probably go out and fix the volume of it after stream, but like it should have been adjusted to be lower because I physically turned a slider down. And it's feeding directly through the soundboard, so if it's not quieter, that's not something I can control.
I don't know, maybe Twitch has some internal audio processing that's gotten a little jumbled with all the issues.
Yeah.
Because also, you were like frozen for a second on my screen. Like video buffering, latency kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. Articles. But it's not quieter. It should be. Like, it was up here. Now it's down here. I'll just put it all the way down here. See how that does.
I would suggest also maybe Mason, you like listen to the actual stream part, see if it's like different.
All right, give me a second. Yeah, just so you know, I'm gonna be like however long the Twitch delay is from you guys speaking, because I need to turn the audio off of the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Did it even go through?
I think all the way down on this side might have just made it too quiet here.
Yeah, I just couldn't hear it over the game. Is that audible, guys?
Yeah, that sounded louder to me just now.
What?
Yeah, that sounded louder.
Okay.
Maybe it's like a balancing game thing.
Because the alerts shouldn't be going directly into the stream. They should only be funneling through here and then back in.
I mean, worst case, you could just go through and manually lower them, I guess.
Just gonna cut everything in half. Or just about. Because one of them was saying it was at like 45, but it was not. No, everything's cranked up to full. It shouldn't be. I've manually gone through all of these. So I'm just turning it down. Because none of them should have been at 100. I'm turning the screamer down a lot more. I plan on turning them back up for me. Because, like, right now they are almost inaudible.
Mm-hmm.
An inaudible squeak, you say?
Mm-hmm. Keeps saying an error has occurred. I don't... Like, why does this say 100? I shouldn't say 100. It was at like 60 something.
So, I guess to describe this for anyone that's curious,
I can just show them, actually. So, this is the problem. It says 100%. I have it turned down to not 100%.
Like, that's not 90. I wonder if whatever, like, Twitch thing earlier maybe also, like, reset this stuff.
65 at the 85 point, like... I use a built-in extension. Dang, this is not 45. I don't know what's happening with any of this. Is that all of them? No. It was. As I said, this number said 100% while the slider was here.
Yeah, it's like it reset the values but didn't reset the actual slider.
Is there like a reset to default you can do and then reapply the volume level you want?
That's basically what I'm doing. Errors are occurring. I don't think I can do anything with the... Well, it's not the delay, it's just I had explained it earlier. Like, before I even turned the screen on to say something about it.
I I guess just use sound things at your own risk.
Yeah. For right now. I think they're fixed. But... that still sounds really loud. Let me stop funneling it through.
We also have that real quick.
I don't even... what are we doing here?
The game?
Yeah.
We're looking
on,
at
like,
the
the barrel
pen
area.
pile,
Okay.
and he's saying, "Look at all this stuff." I can't believe how many things there are.
Basically, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust here together. Something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. I'm not feeling it, Mr. Krabs! Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around.
I mean, there's also blood too, so
Yeah.
that might be a bit of a damper on the picturesque holiday scene.
Yep.
The tranquility, as it were. Not much I can do about that, sunshine.
Actually, lower Mason to... oh, where are we? Where? No. No, we've already been through this.
I can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this.
Sunshine. I assume you can inspect the gun.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get all the peripheral things. I guess the side of the room was all one.
Yeah. I assume because Iris talked about, not Iris, but like, Susanna talked about the gramophone, the bike, the various bottles, the paintings. So it must have just been like the whole surrounding background.
This is a revolver. A real one.
I mean, he literally showed that off though before he died.
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Winterbank's life.
What's the matter, Susie? You and Runa look like you're about to faint.
Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. You see one all the time when we come here.
I mean, every single time we've been here, we've seen one.
Yep. And I've had issues with guns in the past. Oh yeah, because we were accused of murder because of one.
Yeah.
Hey, that reminds me
That's the
also,
water under the bridge.
we get the smoke gun pulled on us like every other
You mean the
scene.
grenade
Oh yeah.
launcher?
But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank with us with this yesterday, didn't we?
Right to the head. Yeah.
She'll have to take my own life.
Must be the same gun.
Crunch, Pico, no. What?
I was eating ice.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what Raya.
It's
wrote.
an Peepo Nom is an emote.
That's
Okay.
a like Twitch extension kind of thing.
Gotcha. Because I just like look at the stream chat, so it just shows up as Pico Nom.
Hmm.
Yeah. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Winterbank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he?
So he was constantly playing Russian roulette.
Well, he wasn't spinning the chamber, so he can't be constantly playing it. That's a prerequisite to the game.
Yeah, true.
Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in it, and in his gun, has been fired.
So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver.
See, that's a bad supposition, though.
What if the killer had more bullets?
Exactly. Well, what do you mean, what if? We know they had more bullets. They shot Sherlock Holmes.
The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line.
It's a rough line.
Yep.
Poor Mr. Winterbank. He was a nice old man. Is that an extension for Firefox, right?
It's a Chrome extension.
I mean, it should work on both, really. But,
Yeah.
yeah, the one that I use whenever I actually use it, like on a browser, is Frankerface Z, because it has some of the other ones built into it. And it also lets me get rid of UI stuff that I don't like.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind the most of the Twitch UI because I don't look at it very often.
Mm-hmm.
The one I don't like is the like Prime whatever thing.
Oh,
Because
the
I'll get
Prime
like
Crown.
40 notifications every like 5 minutes.
I mean, I just click on it once and all those notifications go away.
Hmm.
It's usually what I do on that, at least. It's like, well, I acknowledged it, now go away.
But with Frankerface Z, I can just remove it from the equation entirely.
True. But I'm also very seldomly on Twitch, so
Hmm.
it's not that big a deal. The main extension I have on Firefox is uBlock Origin.
Mm-hmm.
I should be fine. I'm fine with installing extensions. Thank you for the offer, though. Well, he was shot just once through the heart.
Shot through the heart.
You're too late. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Dot, 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 dot. You did do that.
This must be his blood then.
No, that was already there.
I thought it was ketchup.
Also, that blood should be brown by now.
Yeah. Yeah, if the first court case says anything, that's very fresh.
Ah,
I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps...
don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Hands up. Blue. Is he secretly a blueberry?
He's from the Bloomin' Group.
Ah, the hit Las Vegas stage group.
Mm-hmm.
So, now we know the color the chemicals turn when it reacts with Mr. Winterbank's blood.
It doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop.
They killed a Smurf.
Well, Smurfs reproduce via budding, so it's okay.
No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway.
Blood samples portfolio has been updated. Did we look at that?
Well, the one with
I don't
the
know.
the portfolio? I don't think so.
Okay, so
We
now we
just-
have a second one.
Yeah, we have the green, which we assumed was Sholmes.
We're just gonna have to get
Fine.
him to bleed for us when we check in on him at the hospital.
Just poke him or something in the stomach.
Get his wound to seep. There's
Yeah.
more here.
Dot, 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 dot.
Iris?
Dot, 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 dot. Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit.
Yes, absolutely. Did that really need to, like, have a second prompt?
I guess. Alright.
It's about the emphasis. Because now we talk to Gregson.
What you got to say about the scene of the crime, Gregersbid?
Oh, your portraits went pixely. I wouldn't be surprised if the stream did something. We'll see.
Yep.
Maybe not.
My frame rate seems to be fine.
Okay. I just saw the stream image went pixely for a little bit. Maybe that was just on my end.
No idea.
Oh, seems like it's fine.
Mm-hmm. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? I spaced very hard. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I
In
thought you
fairness,
were
I
thinking
also
about
thought
stream still.
Gregson was talking.
My brain said Gregson was talking.
I mean, Gregson was on the screen, so.
Yeah.
Sure, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them.
I have.
How very
thank you,
relevant to
Mom.
the thing that we just said.
It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain.
Why can't... Never mind.
I mean, she's responsible for his pay doubling over the course of a single night, so.
But we're with her! Why does she
You're
have to
stuck.
be the one who asks?
You're some rando with who's not even a proper lawyer or a trainee. Also, this is 18 whatever. Maybe Gregson is just racist.
Maybe. That would make sense.
Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it was locked from the inside.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh,
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor. Thus wise.
Gregson proceeds to belly flop into the chalk outline.
Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Dang!
I tell you, he's just kind of racist.
Uh,
Are you talking about my friend Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Hmm. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know? Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
Man, you talked so slow for the speed at which you jump to conclusions.
That is a natural talent. No,
Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
in her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that this is all some sort of misunderstanding.
That's quite the change up, actually. Because you literally said the gutter child did it earlier.
Well, he said it's obvious that Gutter Child was involved,
Yeah.
but now he knows that Ginny is Iris's friend, so he's got to play the game.
Yep. Of course
As
it
they
is
say.
Inspector.
Don't hate, was it? Don't hate the player, hate the game,
Yeah.
something like that.
Something
Don't
like
hate- I don't know. Eat a box of chocolates or something. You don't know what you're gonna get.
that.
Hate the player and the game.
Mama
It's
always
a
said.
complimentary box of chocolates.
Mama always said, I just felt like running.
So I did until I didn't want to no more.
Sholmes operation.
Crazy.
Run.
Did that come through on stream at all?
I remuted the stream because I was getting double audio. So I'm not sure if it did or not.
Oh. Pretty loud too.
Hmm.
Okay. I might just turn sound off, alerts off. It's fine. Just stressing me out.
And this is not like anyone's fault in particular. It's a like behind the scenes issue somewhere.
Like something has changed. It's not in the settings of this channel. Is what it feels like.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. And then we also have these. We're turning this one off for the stream too. Okay. Sound alert should be all turned off now. I just turned them off so I wouldn't.
They can be workshopped later.
Yeah.
Is Haley alright? Is he? Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
no. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well,
Out with it.
yes, ma'am. They use something called the general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body?
Anesthetized.
Thank you for
It's
saying
interesting that he would like automatically know that word.
that.
Anesthetized?
It was used in an earlier case. Like the first one. Thank you, Rhea.
And they talked about anesthetic in the first case.
Yes, because the person who died was getting a tooth removed.
Oh, so he had local anesthetic. Gotcha.
Yeah. He's having like a root canal or something.
At this point in time, would they do a root canal, or would they just like anesthetize you and rip it out?
Probably did that. I don't know. I don't know. There was just an open wound in his mouth from where the tooth was missing, and that's how he died.
Because I know at some point in like history, one of the presents, quote unquote, that someone could be given for their like 16th or 18th birthday was to have all their teeth pulled and given dentures.
Huh.
Because it was the cost of getting dental work was so exorbitant for like the average person or like farm person.
Mhm.
It was cheaper and more efficient for them to get all of their teeth pulled and get dentures at like age 16.
That's sad.
Mhm.
Granted, tooth care is still incredibly expensive. It's just that's not, people don't consider yet. The proper option is to rip all of them out.
Yeah.
It's just because that option is also expensive now.
I'm gonna
Well-
worry about it later, Luce, but thank you.
I mean, it depends on who you go to. There's a backstreet dentist probably somewhere.
I mean, getting them out can be as cheap as free, but
Exactly. The real difficulty is getting dentures that fit well if you're going to get them removed on the, 5-finger discount side.
mhm.
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off. Or so I hear. And now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Huh.
Oh my.
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted.
Probably a
that
little of
dialogue-
both.
For some reason, I want that dog to say if the bloke was just plumb exhausted.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But anyway, All they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again, like a record.
You spin me right round, baby, right round.
Hurley, the moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
What a surprise! Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. What do you What do you mean? Like he has a say in this?
You don't get a choice.
There isn't. It's not like it was his decision to do this. Watch it actually have been his decision to do this.
Sure would be a dick move if I died right now.
Well, you know, it's just very plebeian to die on the operating table. I'm gonna go take a nap first.
The only place we have left to go is the hospital.
Well, we can go back and like try to poke Sholmes, I guess.
Yeah.
Because last time we were there, he was in the operating room.
Mm-hmm.
Anything on his chart? Or is it nothing? No.
No. Well, clearly we're not here.
We can go back to the prison maybe and talk to Jeannie.
Let me see if going back to the main workshop has anything. Alright. To jail. Maybe? Yep, there we go. 16th of April, local prison cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here.
I believe she must be in questioning at the moment.
Oh, but wait a minute.
What is it, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped.
She escaped. Happy
See,
New
that'd
Year's
be a
Eve,
terrible
Zoka.
thing to do, though.
Yeah, honestly.
That would be like horrendous, especially after she gave us permission to represent her in a legal case.
Mm-hmm. Oh my.
Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse.
Calm down, Luna. I was only joking, of course. Duh.
Oh.
Also, I remember I was doing it. I remember what voice I was doing for Iris before now. Actually, it's gonna be quite the shift.
I only remember the voices that I did because they are specific characters I'm pulling from that I can vaguely do the voice of.
Yeah, you'll probably remember it when I do our next voice line, if I can get the sound right.
Yeah, doing good. Deleted over 3K emails. Nice.
Usually, I just let my emails languish in my primary account. So, yep, they're there. Next.
You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words carry.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms, Bruno.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed.
laughed.
Nah, 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 nah.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try and make progress with our investigation in the meantime.
Yes. Come along then, Bruno. Come along, Susie.
All I can do is move. So then where?
What's in our legal consultancy?
Probably nothing. Yeah,
Maybe
Yeah.
now the hospital?
maybe. Nope.
What about the front? Maybe something's changed in the Windibank's place now that we've said we have to keep looking. Is the only thing left Baker Street?
Yeah, I guess.
Can you talk to the Bobby there with the horse?
There's still Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibanks.
I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home, Bruno.
Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more.
None of this is your fault, Bruno. So please, don't apologize.
But
It's the criminals who are to blame for all of this, Bruno. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them.
Yes, you're right.
Of course I'm right, Bruno.
It's already been 2 months that we've been taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholm's office. Still can't quite believe it. Never expected things would turn out like this.
When Harley comes back home, let's have a big party.
That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough.
Yes, Bruno.
Okay. Sholmes is sweet, maybe? No.
Maybe there's a new dialogue option inside the one of these places if we go to converse. Like, what if we try to present Gregson with the blood profile?
We haven't shown him this yet.
Is that what I think it is? Yeah. Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. Oh, that's me, Kashmir.
Yo, who's serenading you with these voice lines? That is my friend that is on call over a Discord call with us.
He's the voice that you can't see.
Yo,
Hey,
how you doing,
I'm the voice
Kashmir?
in your head that leads you to the treasure.
You needn't be worrying, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
And that's just mean.
Furnace is broken, otherwise peachy. Oh, sorry, his furnace is broken.
You're looking to be arrested, sunshine.
For insulting an officer? I didn't mean it like that. Even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you?
Obviously not. Try presenting him the blood evidence.
Oh, right. I can't.
Okay, what about the photo?
Huh? Oh, I'm opening the court record. Hold on. That might be why. There we go. Now I can. Snape was raised in the Bronx. Inspector Gregson, can you give me your opinion about this? Do you think?
We don't tend to share, sunshine. Not with the general public.
Ugh.
In that case, Gregson, how about some herbal tea? Glug, 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 glug. Lovely. Very much. I really have a spot, your ladyship.
You don't mind sharing that, then?
I mean, that's like the 9th time we've given him tea.
Yeah. Have we presented him with this?
He's gonna probably say the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that seems to be his, this isn't important
Yeah.
thing.
Is there anything else we could see with the cat if we throw it in the stereoscope? Or is it just the, hey, this is a stereoscope image, turn on the 3D?
I don't know. I don't think we can use it.
Well, we can always check, I guess.
Yeah. No.
Gotta check still. Like, it feels like we should be at the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Unless we're supposed to move away from the prison and back to the prison.
I mean, we could see if Ginny's finished her questioning. No.
Maybe the, Superior Court thing?
Empty.
Hmm. Well, just start from the top and go down. So let's try the hospital again.
Nothing. Sholmes is sweet.
Is there anything to the left in the hospital? I know we panned the camera to the right.
I don't think so, but we can double check. No.
Okay, it's just pans to the right.
Yep. Do you think maybe Gregson has more to talk about now?
Maybe Iris has something to say out in the storeroom.
Maybe.
Nope. Hmm. It's very odd. You know what? I'm surprised there isn't a thing to inspect that for sale building, because there might be like a hidden pathway into the storeroom.
I feel like that's probably gonna come in later. Like somebody's gonna present that in court.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. Where else is there to check? Also, that's incredibly dangerous.
Yes, yes, it is. Can we examine the prison? No. Thank you for hydrate, Raya. Where to go?
Maybe you could show Iris some of the stuff that we found.
Oh, maybe, yeah. We did not do that.
Start with the bullet sound.
Yep. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris.
Oh no, Bruno. I am. If Harley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up brains, chemists, and alchemists.
And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean, I can threaten them with a sword, but I don't know if I could shake them up. Oh, for sure, even if I didn't intend to.
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholm said he had deposited it at Windibanks, and he had.
But it's so strange.
Drunk Squidward.
What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it, Bruno. Why would Harley? I can't publish it.
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe, Bruno. It's because Harley isn't in it enough. Maybe. I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yeah, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't.
Now that's called having no backbone.
Nothing.
Oy, 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 oy.
I am genuinely stumped.
And there's nothing we can do in the Lord Chief Justice's room?
No, it should be completely unrelated to the case.
I mean, it should be, but...
It's just there because we went to pick up,
Susato.
yeah.
Let's just start showing everybody everything.
Well, we only have like 3 people to talk to, 2 of which you've already done, and Ginny's not around.
Those giant suits of armor are still facing each other menacingly across the room.
I just can't understand why anyone would wear things like that in battle. They must be so heavy, Bruno.
I expect you to invent some special lightweight suit if it was down to you, wouldn't you, Iris?
I think if it was me, I'd invent a world where people didn't need to fight each other in the first place.
Drone combat,
Bruno.
got it.
What?
Drone combat, got it.
Hey, this is the start of Android 17 and 18. You know this.
We go from the normal champion system to the what is it, the robot battle derby thing. I forget what it's called. BattleBots.
BattleBots.
We just go from the champion system to BattleBots. Whoever builds the better BattleBot wins. Arguments are rendered invalid.
That means you have eventually you're gonna get to the point where you just have Metabots.
Yep.
Well, what do you think? That was a model answer, wasn't it? Bruno.
Speaking of model, when they're answering questions like on the like the like Miss America or whatever, there was I saw a thing where it was saying the question was, what do you think about Americans not being able to locate the US on like a map or something? And the model went off to say something about how we should help schools in Africa and the Middle East so they can do better.
That's the classic. I didn't listen to your question in the slightest, but I know some people care about this kind of answer, so I'm gonna say this.
But she was like, we should help America so that we can help like other nations. And I'm just like, what do you mean? It has no relevance. She's 10, Ryunosuke, 10, and she's leading you around by the nose.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't take that much to lead around Ryunosuke, and she's also a certified genius.
Yeah, with
Like
a
a PhD.
doctorate. Yeah, medical PhD.
Oh, I'm always dreamt of sitting at a huge desk like that and looking important.
Why don't you try it then? Discreetly, of course.
Alright, I will. Tell me how I look. Well, Bruno, what do you think?
Are we not able to see her above the table? A little too discreet. I can't even see you.
Oh my goodness. Just look at all these books, Becky.
Yes, there are books about the judicial systems of all different Western nations. And don't call me Becky!
Let's go for a Sir Mix-a-Lot reference, actually.
Oh, what? Sorry.
A Sir Mix-a-Lot reference.
Oh.
The beginning few lyrics of the Sir Mix-a-Lot song, I Like Big Butts, is, oh my god, Becky, look at her butt. And it's not the chorus.
I do not remember that, but it definitely sounds like something that would be in that song.
I mean, the whole premise of the song is he likes big butts and he cannot lie.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's better than the thong song, so.
Yeah.
I can't actually remember the guy's name who did the thong song.
It's fine.
Was that Pitbull? I don't remember.
Don't worry about it.
It's not important.
We'll just move on.
Yes. Hmm.
God, don't.
Yes. If you know how it works, son. It would take at least 10 days to read all of these.
Just 10 days?
Oh, I was only joking, Bruno. I thought it would be fun to play up my genius.
I don't think she's joking. I
I
scarcely.
think she's just taking Bruno's feelings into consideration.
Yeah. It's scarily believable with you. That's the trouble.
Well, as fun as that was, it didn't get us anywhere.
Oh, well, Cogs.
I love clocks and their mechanisms, don't you? The way all the hundreds of pieces fit together and work as one to move the hands of a single timepiece.
Yes, I can imagine clocks are just your cup of tea.
When I was little, I used to dream of one day living inside a clock, you know.
Why?
Just like Slade.
Slade! Then you must be envious of the Lord Chief Justice having his office in a place like this, I suppose.
No, not really, Bruno.
Oh?
Well, I mean, that's a dream from when you're little. And be silly now.
You...
Obviously, Bruno.
Bruh, you're like 3'5". You're still little. And don't let Lord Strongheart hear you talking like that. Okay.
It's so strange that there's like nothing to examine that matters. There's nobody to talk to.
This is the thing that I'm remembering about the other ones. They really need like a go here thing.
Yeah, not just to tell us, well, we should continue our investigation while we're waiting.
Like it feels like it was leading us to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Well, the only reason it felt like that was because there was, like, nothing. Is there, like, something in the court record that we need to look at? Like, that? No?
I need to go to the washroom real quick, so I'll be back.
Okay.
And this looks the same.
Yeah. 4.5k emails gone, half a to go. Nice. Not really. You're opposed to meme? I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope? We've had this conversation before.
I think this is the one where you, like, get the cat picture.
Yeah. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you're supposed to be able to see it in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the big contraption over there.
Well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside, Bruno.
I'm back.
Cool.
Oh, Iris is speaking.
Yo.
But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home, Bruno. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself, Bruno.
Posted a bit on the edge of your side. I'll look at it in a second. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Wait?
I mean, maybe talking about being able to, like, hire a maid or buying cleaning product or not living in squalor.
I guess.
It really feels like we're at a strange impasse right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like we missed a game trigger.
This is good. I like this. New year, new mental issues.
Memes, you say?
Yeah,
What are they, dreams?
no idea.
Here's a pretty good one. I shall add it to the collection. A success.
I'm just running through this again.
Yeah, to see if anything changes.
I'm a lawyer. Oh, wait.
Yeah, you gotta go presenting first.
I'm a lawyer.
And he doesn't care.
Hmm.
Like, this is the only thing we have to go on at this point. Oh, what have we?
What have we here then?
Did we not present? Oh, we
Redemption.
didn't present him anything.
A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for Mr. McGilda's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up in with yesterday.
Actually, no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do ya?
Yeah, actually. No, I didn't mean to,
Oh, no, right. Correctly. It isn't a signed ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then? I might be so bold as to ask. Well, as I shot at Gregzy. A second one.
thank you for the hydrate. It seems that Mr. McGill did, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windbanks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. There we go. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
hadn't
missed-
presented him with anything else, so... This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGildy deposited another article here with Mr. Winterbank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? You have any idea where it is, Gregory? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilden. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with them big old turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation.
Expectation.
It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles. I'll go barking.
Nom nom nom. Nom
Stress
nom
eating
nom
at its
nom.
finest.
Nom 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 nom. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
I mean, it wasn't really a dog impression. It was more a simile. Not simile. What's the word?
Metaphor?
Yeah,
No,
probably. Yeah, it was a
idiom.
No, idiom. Yeah, he's going barking mad. Idiom.
It's an idiom. What'd you call me?
That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? I mean, just be in the main store, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months.
So the small box will no longer be in here then?
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yes.
That's
The
me.
shelves in... Oh, sorry. That's yes.
Yes, the shelves in front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Why?
Oh,
Dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even.
I think I know which one it is.
Or I can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information is not written in the ledger, Potter.
Ugh.
Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Alright, Zoka, Happy New Year, stay safe
Happy New Year.
as well.
good year.
Catch you next year. Yeah. See you next time.
Of course, your ladyship. Of course. Very sensible of you, my lord.
This is getting old. See you in 2025? Wait,
Wait a minute.
that's too far, too far. Take it back.
You know, we want to be in Rush Hour 3, not Rush Hour 4.
Okay, so now we go back to the main shop.
So I'm betting the small box was the little thing that we were looking at earlier. The stereoscopic thingy.
Oh, maybe. Oh. This one?
Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale.
Sorry, I had to talk to Dad real quick.
Yeah.
That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there's so many of it.
I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed.
There are so many boxes. It could be any one of them.
Mr. Sholmes said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGilda's contains something of very great value.
Well, in that case, he'd probably have kept it locked.
So then we'd need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Dream part.
Yep, stream crash. Speaking of surrounding things, how late would you guys like? Did you guys want to go?
Do you just want to go until we finish the court case?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Since I figured there's not really a time constraint, might as well.
Mm-hmm.
Have a marathon episode. Hiya!
That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen.
Why is the ceiling on the floor? This takes me back. String part again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up and grab a blanket real quick. I'm cold.
We might not make it to the end of the court case if the street keeps doing this.
So how has your Christmas and all that been?
It's been alright. I was working Christmas Day and the 2 days after it.
Hmm.
So basically, all my Christmas stuff was basically pushed off until Thursday. The main reason I was asking about timing though is because my dad wants to run an errand after we finish.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it should be too long, because like my soft cap, so to speak, would be like 6-ish, but that's mostly just for like dinner and all that. And I can't imagine it would take like too super long for the case.
I am back.
Oh.
I guess
What's
I will
up?
also.
Stream part as soon as I sat down.
Oh.
I will also take this moment because I need more water.
Okay.
I assume just like refilling with the sink is fine.
I don't know about that one. I would go to refill it in the fridge in the kitchen. This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me.
Maybe it's by the register.
Maybe. Maybe questioning's done? We did add. Maybe it's out front?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe Sholmes bought it and it's in Sholmes' house.
I somehow doubt it.
Have I missed
I mean,
any
so
additional
would I.
crashes?
No. Have I missed any additional crashes? No. Proceeds to crash.
I am a master of timing. So what all did we figure out?
Nothing.
Try maybe Sholmes is available again.
I did.
Okay. I imagine Greg doesn't have anything else to say.
Unless we just didn't show him everything again. I think we did show him this.
We had to have, because I don't think he'd let us
Otherwise
look.
he wouldn't let us.
Yeah. Glug, 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 glug. We already showed him the other things.
And we didn't see any other stuff to highlight in the front.
We should be here. Okay, what does this say? One small box.
What was that little? Is the chest underneath the table, maybe? Oh.
Stream part again.
Well, this is a lot of. This is luck, I guess.
Yep.
And I'm assuming you went over the little stereoscope thing to see if that was it. Hmm. Maybe we could show Iris the ticket to get her input on it.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we should go back to the prison and see if Gina is about.
Believe we have. Poor Ginny, we have to help her.
Yep. At this rate, we're definitely gonna reach 1600.
Yeah, right?
Hmm.
Alright, who gave the stream Taco Bell? Y'all know it can't handle it. Dear Lord.
This is a rough one.
Yeah. It's so freaking distracting. Cause like I hate to look up like a walkthrough or something for this, but it's feeling like it's getting to that point. Just to give it a little nudge.
I mean, like these situations, I don't really see as like looking up a solution, so
It's
to speak.
more
Like it's
so
literally
of,
just
like,
where do we go?
Well, yeah. There shouldn't be anything in here. Aside from maybe, like, the key? No.
Is there anything on the on the tickets, right?
Yeah.
How come we can't make the other cat one fully backwards like that one?
Because it was originally it was originally this. So it technically is backwards now because it's been updated.
Is that blood?
Yeah.
Can you present that to Iris for the thing?
I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
The red smear, you mean?
Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? Wonder if Susato-san picked up on that. Well, in that case...
Yes, we need Iris.
Okay. We should show this to her before we forget.
Before we... See? It flipped over.
Again. Okay.
I could have sworn that we already did that, and it just, like, didn't.
I don't know.
Just present that to her and she'll use her magic goop. Oh, well, that looks like blood.
Blood? I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. It's a completely different color.
Stream part.
It's trying.
It really is. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it?
We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point.
Well, this particular stain of blood.
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Bruno, do you know whose blood this is? This is the original pawnbroker ticket, right?
Yes.
So who was in who? This one was the one that McGilded handed to Gina, right?
Yeah.
So who was around at the time? It was him. It was McGilded, Ginny, and there's another one guy, right?
It's probably thrice fired Masons or something.
Okay. Also, your stream decided I'm getting there whether you like it or not.
Yeah. Baby farting. Fart. What do you think the glitch is? It's actually so stupid. What is it? Also, are you talking about with my stream or just the sound alerts?
Oh, yep. Dropped again.
I think I do know whose blood it is. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right. I think it's clear as well, Bruno.
Hey, so you know as well?
You first, Bruno. Who do you think it belongs to? So, we all kind of agree that it's one of the guys we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens if you say the wrong name? We should say, well, actually, Bruno.
Well, you can save, and if we accidentally hit the right one, then we can let
Like
it.
we all think it's the Mason, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it can only be Gina the Mason, or McGilded.
Yeah.
Because why would Winterbank have the ticket?
Is his name Pop?
Pop, I guess.
Is Windabank.
He's always trying to pop a cap in himself.
You somehow think it could be Mr. Winterbank's blood?
Oh, you know it can't be though, because we've seen his blood color, right?
Yeah. Well, he would have been the last person to have handled the ticket. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. No!
Occam's razor.
But Mr. Winterbank had no injuries before he was shot, that is.
We're trying to work out who the blood came from, Bruno. So we can rule out anyone who had been bleeding straight away.
Yes, of course.
Perhaps It's just not a concept you can really grasp unless you bled before yourself. Around. Try to think a little bit harder next time. Use that brain between your ears.
Funnily enough, I have accidentally cut myself before, but thanks for the mildly threatening advice, Virus. I'll have to think this through some more.
Oh, died again.
We're at 1600!
Woo! 1600. Throw a party. A party, they say. Also, give me like a couple minutes, I'll be right back.
Okay. To think about. Think it through some more.
Okay, so it just lets us try however many times.
Yeah. It's Mr. McGilded.
McGilded.
Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him.
Oh, you don't think? You mean that during the incident in the omnibus?
Yes, I expect so. It's very clear print and no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident. As such, he might have sustained on the omnibus.
Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found on Mr. McGilded at all.
Oh! This is Genie's blood.
Oh my, you think this is Gina's blood?
Yes, it was Gina who brought the ticket here, so to Windibanks after all. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. No.
But Gina doesn't own any gloves at all.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's... I knew that was happening with the ones that are specifically related to like, bit redeems. Because it was saying an error was popping up. But it wasn't doing that, and it seemed to be saving for the channel point ones. So, I don't know. Just ran a whole field test on it. Nice. I do appreciate you looking into that for me.
I'm back. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
So, the thing I was going to say before you went off, the thing Ryunosuke said about cutting himself reminded me. Earlier in the week, I accidentally stabbed myself with my own beard.
Huh?
So, I like to run my fingers through the hair and all that, and as with hair anywhere, I will occasionally just lose one.
Uh-huh.
And I like to take it in my hand and, like, break it.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, the, like, pulling split it, I guess, and, like, fed part of it into my finger.
Ow.
Because I have really thick beard hairs, so they also have a tendency to, like, split apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get split ends. Functionally.
Alright. We've gone through all the dumb options. It leaves this one that we all originally thought first. Thrice fired Mason.
You don't sound very sure of yourself right now. The way you trailed off there. Have a bit more confidence.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago.
Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago.
We were killed 2 months ago? What?
Surely.
Something else is coming back to me now.
Including the dead Mason, there are 3 of us involved in this. It makes
Hey.
sense.
There's 3 of them, 3 in the name. The math checks out.
This math is indeed mathing.
Aye. What a time to be alive.
Now it says the test 56%.
Stream decided, I don't want you to figure out how to fix this. Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Make sure you're still there, because it looked like things had frozen, both on the stream and the Twitch. But no, I can see Susato's blinking again.
You can tell by the arrow in the bottom right corner of the dialogue box bouncing.
Mhm.
Okay, we're back. When you... Now it says the test 56%. You set it to... Is that the 100% mark? Yeah. Yeah, it was doing all kinds of weird janky shit when we were doing it. So, I don't know.
Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
But those leather gloves were spotless. No blood.
He was wearing 2 pairs of leather gloves.
But there was a pair of leather gloves that had blood on them, right?
I wasn't here during that time period.
I'm trying to think. Now ask us, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a bleeding fellow from his stomach? Yeah, right there. Blood on the thumb. Changing settings and then refreshing browser source before playing sound through OBS does not change the volume. I think your tests are concluded. So we just wait until Sound Alerts fixes its stuff. I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Sounds good. Thank you, Rhea. Certainly does look like a leather gloved thumbprint, this mark. They still never fixed your Brian TTS bot. It's been months. RIP. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
We could, yes.
I don't know if that's quite a compliment.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yeah, I think you're alright, Bruno.
Although we did just suggest the wrong person 3 times before that.
That does sound like Sholmes.
I mean, by process of elimination, we were correct all along.
Yes.
Very well, let's make note of this.
So do we guess we show this one to Gregson?
I guess. Flood analysis data has been updated in the court record. Oh, we're fading to black. Ding dong, ding dong.
I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could this ruin the bank set such a wicked trap?
How dare he own a
Iris,
clock?
He's dead.
Well, does he own a clock, or did he set every clock to go off?
I think they just go off on the hour if pendulum clocks. If I know my antique pendulum clocks from.
I mean, he could set them differently though, with clocks that track their own time based on the pendulum weight swing. You can adjust the weight up or down to increase the tempo at which the pendulum swings, making the clock either run faster or slower.
Mm-hmm.
But also, he shouldn't have them all running at once because he's running a store.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I think, oh, I can trap.
Have it set so a clock goes off every 5 minutes.
Exactly. A constant din of noise.
I doubt he set out to scare anyone.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Finally! Oh?
The trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her.
I thought we did?
I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind.
Oh, no, that's right, she signed the papers just so we can...
She signed the papers that say you might be allowed to do it. Don't you remember, Rono? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Right. I did forget about that. Really? Did I say that? It's like we've been gone for like 2-3 weeks.
I think it's only been 2 weeks.
Yes.
You did.
The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again.
So it sounds like we're going from to the prison to talk to Gina to the Chief Justice office.
Yeah. "16th of April, 5:41 p.m. Local prison cell 13. Ah, Gina, good. Oh, good.
Ah,
Stream fart.
oh, there it goes.
Ah,
1602. Give it up for 1602. Can we get a 1603?
1603. Can we get a 1603? Reconnected.
The police must have finished questioning her then.
How was it, Jenny? Was it awful? Don't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks.
Alright. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy What's the point of asking? I'll change what everyone's saying. I did it. That's not.
Gino, we came to ask for your final decision.
What decision?
She doesn't even remember. About tomorrow's trial, will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you.
Alright, I'll see.
She's really lost all her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear.
They're just gonna stare at
We
each
got
other.
a 1603.
1603. 1603. Give it up for maybe 1604. Oh, jeez. Alright then. I'm gonna give it a rest with my eyes, Iris. Calm in. Fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
Yeah, don't say.
We don't know yet. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime.
We've even managed to convince the inspector through Iris's puppy dog eyes.
To be fair, I don't think that she needed the dog eyes.
No.
She just had to say, watch your back while I write the next manuscript.
And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason, and thrust it into Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose.
Nah. Thrust. Thrust away. We need more thrust. The manuscript.
We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Oh. Oh, alright. That's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windibanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night?
Yeah.
You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it?
Ah.
Shot through the heart!
You're too late.
Why don't you tell us what happened, please? But can we also represent you in court?
We already have the representation papers and other documents we need.
All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow.
Nah, don't bother. Jenny, I'll come up and chuck 'em with you. Them representation papers or whatever they're called. They're selling fancy enough to have a bin.
So, what will you do in court tomorrow?
I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Oh, It don't matter what gonna happen.
This is one stubborn pickpocket.
Alright, yeah. It's Baskerville's story. It's the latest Sean's adventure, eh? Or it ain't been printed yet. I figured it gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, alright?
Wow, you're an awful liar.
Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds.
What?
So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you?
No, Jenny, I'm cut now. What? Wait, no, hang on. Cause I wasn't gonna say it. All I wanted to do was find it. If the mantle script or whatever you called it was really there or not. That's the only reason I went there in the first place. But
Iris' sake, isn't that right?
yeah,
We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
what? I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Jenny. I just knew it.
When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before.
Norms do a lot worse than that. Believe me, Batface liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Winterbanks. You'll soon see if you have a look. If I'm honest, I wondered if Harley is telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Jenny. That was so sweet of you, Jenny. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth. That's all.
You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks?
It's like I told you the night before. I ever had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She got her dad. She can't see him.
About that.
I reckon that's gonna be harder. Yeah? Oh, that's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. And that's what sounded like to me anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about daddy.
You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as they're the adventure of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Jenny.
Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we?
Well, get all the rest, will you? I hate all this chubby nonsense. You hear me? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Cause you don't trust no one, no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper.
I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat.
I was gonna say something about that too.
Yeah. There are some suspicious red stains.
Those are decidedly not red.
Yep.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think I might be presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now.
Either the blood colors
I,
or the pawnbroker ticket.
It's probably this. Do you see this pawnbroker's ticket, Gina? It's the one you took to Windobanks, isn't it? The one for the black overcoat that you're wearing now?
What? What? I don't know. They all look the same to me, those tickets.
Surely not. Excuse me. Well, this one has a very obvious mark on it. That would appear to be blood.
Yeah,
Does that ring any bells?
I don't know. It all looks the same to me. Blood.
What? And they all sound the same to me, these answers. Suspicious.
I think it's the blood profile.
Those stains on the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What?
Blood, Mr. Naruhodo.
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be that blood splattered from Mr. Windobank when he was shot last night.
Let's not beat around the bush here, Runo. We take action.
I shall
Well,
shoot you.
This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else you have. Take it easy, Iris. Now move, Jenny. I'm going to shoot.
Purple.
That tasted purple. Ow.
She spilled the grimace shake.
Grimace, no!
Oh, May.
Wait the... Forget the sleeves.
The whole couch is covered in blood. Grimace shake.
Of course.
That was in the parentheses and smaller text behind this.
Yeah.
I'll forgive you if you didn't see it.
The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now.
And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly.
Yes. Now let... Oh, wait, that's not me.
Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? It'd be Mason, wouldn't it?
Yes, it is my blood. I bleed purple.
Ah, yes. It was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
Mason, does that mean we bleed Grimace?
Maybe. You'd have to check.
I don't feel like that right now.
Just hold up a flashlight to your skin.
I don't got one of those handy.
You have a phone, don't you?
Yes.
You have phones, don't you? Diablo 3 fans?
It looks red.
That looks, that's just from the albedo from your paler skin.
Yep. I'm whitewashing my blood from purple to red.
You sure you're not leaving it in blue?
Mm-hmm. I knew it.
What are you all about? The victim. What do you mean?
It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the Omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed.
Oi, let's explain what's going on. Stop telling half a story.
We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat.
But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony.
Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet.
No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat.
The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilda's coat when he was stabbed this victim in the stomach, which means it was his knife.
You tell me it was Colonel Mustard in the drawing room with the knife?
Yes, it was.
Not Miss Plum in the library with the lead pipe?
Correct. Or Mr. Green in the kitchen with rope. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. I kind of figured.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen?
Oh no. Did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGillen was innocent?
For the majority of the trial. I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. Or I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
A weapon of mass deduction. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-sama?
Who was this guy?
I don't remember.
Past man.
This is the guy that died. I don't remember which of us was voicing
You should
it.
do a
were
a
we
Solid
even
Snake
present
style
for
voice
that?
for this guy, TJ.
I should do what now?
Snake.
A Solid Snake style voice.
Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what the truth is and what's a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. A cult single-action army. And an unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have.
I do like his bandana fluttering in the breeze of the courtroom.
Yeah. Unwavering belief?
Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for the cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly.
What's funny, Gina?
God, sounds like this Empire Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft.
Wait,
Well, come on. Look at the mess it got you in. Well, even in that bog trotter.
Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, he got killed anyway, so it's fine.
Yep.
At least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back. In the end, it never even mattered. You tried so hard.
I got so far.
As soon as you let down your guard, you had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe in no one. Get hurt by no one. Be Shrek in my swamp.
And in the morning, I'm making waffles.
No, no waffles. Get out.
But waffles.
Gina, may I ask you something?
Can I at least have the boulder?
No.
Oh, but that's a nice boulder.
What?
I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial?
How many times I have to say it? Rip them up, chuck them away. I don't need them. I don't need you.
Are you really sure that's what you want?
I bet that's what he wants all now. Mr. I'm a believer. Lawyer over there. I can see her.
I couldn't leave her if I tried.
And then I saw her face. Don't forget, it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everybody up the garden path, didn't I? And you tell me you can believe in me after that? Not likely.
Mr. Naruhodo?
A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I want to see what happens if we say we can't trust her.
She said I knew it, and like you got a game over screen. That'd be really funny.
No, can't do it. She's right. But what choice do I really have here? I have to believe in her.
It's not a choice.
It was one of those.
Whatever. Although, I can hardly believe myself that I'm making this choice in spite of everything. Let's just put it down to one of life's little curiosities. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial.
I've baked.
Always.
You're softer than noggin. Your cards are too short of a flash.
Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Seriously, Mr. Nero Odo. Didn't you hear all what I said before? Clean the wax out your ears. I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. I'm a diver. Don't you forget it. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble.
You didn't really get us in trouble.
Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Jed, I can't believe in you.
Gina,
Wait,
I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize.
What you mean?
The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down.
They'll never let you go.
Never gonna give you up.
Never gonna let you down. Yeah?
It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience, but I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Let me represent you in court, you dingus.
You're making me cry. There's water falling from my eyes. All your fault.
Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial.
Hoo-hoo, cry me a river, build me a bridge, and get over it.
I thought the phrase would jump off it.
Well, you're getting over crying a river.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying I was sure the phrase is cry me a river, build me a bridge, and jump off of it as in get out.
It would be a shame to throw them
I think
away.
it's just two different phrases that are like two different phrase endings.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully.
Do what you like. You're Eastern Law, I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Oh, stream went down.
And the stream goes down right before she says something that could possibly have ended up racist.
You Eastern Law. Well, it's okay. I'm Asian, so it works out easy.
And that's why you're the racist.
That's why, of course, I'm both her and Gregson.
Yeah.
Alright, you want me to start the line over?
Yeah.
You Eastern Law are I don't know what you are. I don't get ya.
Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She's never...
Nice. Thanks. I need to go to the washroom real quick.
Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. Okay, I did reconnect. Oh, but whatever. Alex scuffed his head. That screen actually started doing a weird, like, upper right corner, which just... okay. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think.
Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice.
I thought it was gonna say to be continued. Miss Susato?
Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before.
What?
Blimey, you're sharp, eh?
I'm back.
Just in time.
Just in time. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about.
If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Gregsy?
Greg Spurts.
Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, my love. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief. Listening in? No, no, no. I just got word there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it were after hours. You never seen a clock before? I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute and not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already? We got here at like what, 5:41?
Roundabout.
Something like
yeah.
that. I thought we got there like 3 something. Maybe it was like 4 something. I don't know. It was kind of late in the day. So then, I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best. Bye. Bye and bye.
I would like to think with how fast he went through his poses, he was like just randomly posing as he was doing it, like out of time with his speech.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I guess he went so it went ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye, bye and bye. I
Yeah.
guess if we're going based on how fast he was moving, but yeah, makes more sense the way I was doing it, I think. It's the presentation.
That's a lot of farewells and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat, Gregsy. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing on me at the moment.
And I'm slow as heck.
Oh, I see. That's a shame, Gregsy. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with, Sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well, emergency?
Lord Strongheart?
Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy. If you have to, well, let's chat soon about this emergency. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please. My pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere.
Gregsy is so funny. He says such silly things.
It certainly is entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency at the Supreme Court.
I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
Okay, kid, you're coming with me.
Get over here.
And so our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain, making her way back to Japan.
What is that, the wretched feeling inside him?
I know. 16th of April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy.
Naruhodo-san. It's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task. To bed.
It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susato-san.
It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live.
That's so true.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. And that all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruhodo-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much.
Sorry, what?
Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant.
Huh? Do you know what time you will leave in London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m.
Oh god, you're not even gonna be with me at court. Okay.
That's like 5 hours.
Yeah. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but...
Every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate.
Ah.
You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
No pulling an iCarly. Please, for me. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
It's the all-knowing tome. What is that? It's some huge bundle of documents?
It's my notes from the case 2 months ago.
That's just one case?
The murder that was committed on the omnibus.
The McGilded case.
It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
Into a book? You mean there was more? With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your chance for tomorrow, your case for tomorrow with Gina.
1606. And we get to 1669 by the end of stream.
It's certainly trying.
Hi, we back. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
Uh-huh.
Mumble, mumble, they say.
Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish picking up my things in my room.
Susato-san,
I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
Wait. There's something I need to say.
Yeah.
Why is the ceiling the floor again?
A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown.
Also known as deflecting. Shut it down. My shut is down now.
Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears.
Why are you crying up, you magical lady? How? Physics?
Is she leaving you on the floor to pass out?
Susato-san.
Help me. I've fallen. I can't get up.
It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, as I lay on the ground where Susato threw me.
Susato forced you to close your eyes.
And as a cacophony of secret scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed. I fell into a deep sleep, and did not wake up in time for Gina's case. The end. Game over. We lose.
It's possible.
To be continued? No autosave? This has been so weird, because like there was literally once every 2 hours there was an autosave of to be continued, even though it shouldn't have been, and now it's like, what?
Do the rest of the case.
17th of April, small hours at St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Oh, it's probably because it's still the same day. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed.
Thank you so very much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes.
Huh? On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed.
Oh.
My dear madam.
Interesting.
Yep. To
Pleasure
be
to be continued.
continued.
4:30.
Yep.
Been a long one.
It really has been. This has taken what, like 10 hours or so to get through?
Yep, and
I'm
it's
going
been
with that.
3 alone just today.
Yeah. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, a rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last. One I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it.
So where's your friend then?
Sorry?
You know, in a fancy dress. To start her or whatever you say. I don't know.
Susato-san. Miss Susato. She had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up.
You alright with that? Forget about me if you like go and see her off. I mean, she's already gone. So
It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day.
one day. Even so.
But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have.
Good morning, you two.
I'm assuming this is Iris?
Yes, I guess, yeah.
He brought a cat.
How are you feeling, Jimmy? Did you manage to sleep? I did.
My guy.
Yo.
Wow. Oh.
Chris, what are you doing here?
What do you mean? When a friend is in need, you have a friend in me. We show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
Meow.
Waggy?
Great way to show your support, kitty.
I'm having those around. What I'm gonna do?
That reminds me. I better paper on the way here. The London News. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say? Or now, Janae?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
That's an interesting way to think about it.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news is a weather report?
I hope that Sousley made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on his way to the port.
Gosh, yes.
Alright then, so what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So, even if the train is delayed, it should still be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
But she left, her train ticket was at for 4, so it shouldn't have been delayed.
I couldn't give a monkey's really.
Only all good news canceled out the bad.
I don't know. This trial is made to the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in victor plunder. See?
I realize that. Let them say what they want, see if I care.
I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Ronald. We'll soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged diver is dauntless do-getter. Isn't that right, Bruno?
I guess. Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course I will. I have absolute faith in you, Mr. Law Student. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record.
Let them run out. I'll do what I can. I have a gun.
Huh?
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still, I am a genius with a gun. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement with the cover fire.
I'm gonna go make a cup of tea real quick because I'm like getting a little tired.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
You been playing Fire Emblem at all, TJ?
Less than before. There are a few events that I even like kind of missed out on.
Yeah, same here. I just in a little bit of a tired lull of playing it at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been playing a lot of other games, so you only have so much time in the day.
Mm-hmm. For me, it's that I don't really like to do it while I do other stuff. Because I'm very much the type where I can't really split my focus on things.
Right.
And if I don't like set aside the time to do that, then I just kind of forget about it.
Yeah, that's how it is. I think I was last playing. I know I pulled on the Ganunga banner, and I think I pulled on the Halloween Edelgard banner.
Mm-hmm.
Halloween. Christmas Edelgard banner.
I've been working my way up to the free summon for that.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you playing to Spark?
Probably Edelgard.
Yeah.
I am tempted to do the duo
Byleth
because
and
they're
Byleth.
supposed to be busted or whatever, but I haven't really encountered them a lot.
When I was last playing, I haven't seen anybody use Byleth and Byleth.
Hmm. Edelgard,
I just wanna know
however,
the
has
win
been
rolls.
very annoying.
What's up?
Edelgard has been very annoying to fight. though.
Edelgard's been annoying every time she gets a new unit.
And also, she gets even better mobility with this one.
Yeah, I saw that. She has like Armored March and the adjacent tile movement.
Hmm. I don't know if she has the charge skill, but it does the charge effect.
Yeah, I think her new version of Raging Storm gives her the charge effect,
Hmm.
or something like that. I don't know, she got some wicked movement. I saw that Camilla got a legendary alt.
Hmm.
That's the first Camilla alt I think since like Hot Spring Camilla. Is that it?
The ninja one, I think.
Oh yeah, Ninja Camilla. I forgot she's such a pain in the butt
Hmm.
to fight.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. That is very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny. Well, I was wondering though about Sholmes. Did I fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Harley still hasn't come around yet.
He's faking it.
The sadness is palpable. I can feel it in my bones. You can feel it in the air.
It's like
Eh?
there. It's everywhere.
Eh? A wrathful friend of mine at Scotland Yard who sends it dilly as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, alright.
No Susato-san, no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. I can prove that Gina is innocent of this crime.
You want that one, TJ?
I guess I don't. Well, do they normally come back, or is this like a one-off?
This is like the Bobby voice.
Miss Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom.
It's time then, Ronald.
Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Ronald. So what stops Iris from just pulling out her rocket launcher in the courtroom at the defense stand?
Nothing. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. "17th of April, 10 a.m. The old
I'm ready for
Bailey courtroom."
his old friend to come back as like a half robot.
I don't see how. He was dead on the ship floor for a really long time.
That's how robots work. They don't need to be alive.
See, my question is, I wonder who you're gonna have as the prosecution, because nothing was said about it being Lord Von Zykes.
Is it going to be Miles' Edgeworth's ancestor?
I mean, that's kind of what Zykes looks like.
then it's gonna be Whip Lady's ancestor.
Hmm. Oh,
Or it's just Mr. McGilder.
it's Van Zykes.
Okay.
Oh, that's lame.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zykes, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior?
And that is pretty suspicious.
In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess it is more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilden, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you.
I don't know, Runo. Sometimes you're a little dense.
Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese.
So he
What?
really hates the Japanese.
Yeah.
He is just
He
the
hates-
tiniest bit racist.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has been this whole time. You really just say that?
He means you now, Runo, if you couldn't tell.
I actually managed to work that one out too. Thank you,
You're
Iris.
welcome, Runo.
Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zyk's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people?
Man, what if he's just like racing against Japanese people because he went to Japan one time and got like bad food? It's like, curse you, Japanese! I'll never forgive you.
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zykes. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Wah! Your lordship is too kind.
Is someone making a Waluigi wah sound?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
Hey, it's that guy.
It's the maid from the second one. The old guy is a doctor? Isn't that the guy who was accused of... This man on the far right is apparently a terrorist.
The Russian.
Yes. I don't know who this guy is. This one is new. And then we have the teleprompter, or the typewriter lady, who's apparently a radio host now?
I mean, she'd be a switch operator.
Could be, yeah.
I mean, that's what she is, right?
Probably. Anyway, are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? I believe this one was you, Mason.
What was the voice? Was it
Uh,
I'm a lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. You want this one, TJ? Or-
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm here for it. I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. Not possible. But could I have?
So you just like admitting to malpractice?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Russian English. Okay. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. Visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Phoenix Wright. The classic face.
Yep.
Is something wrong right now?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants. You know.
Including tourists? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zykes. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Do you want Lord Van Zykes? You don't really have that many speaking roles. I don't know if you want any more.
I can, yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is, I'm not sure if I would do the same voice.
It don't matter. I was trying to do a Dracula, but, you know, whatever floats your boat. It's fine.
He is very Dracula-coded.
Yes.
I, however, was reminded of a different vampire.
Okay.
Alucard?
Well, him too, but not quite. More so in the face and hair. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
So much shorter than the guy shot him.
What's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone, like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Is he gonna pull an updated autopsy report on us?
I don't know.
Just like Edgeworth?
I don't think that has happened in this game yet. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. No, Lord Van Zykes. Drinking in the courtroom is prohibited.
My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusion. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case.
Oh, neat. It's already bigger than it usually is.
Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Y'all actually found the witnesses?
Yes, it's the guy who broke into the store to begin with and shot Holmes.
Yep.
After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zykes.
At once, my lord.
The crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. Windibank's revolver has been entered into the court record. This isn't good. We're gonna take a minute and go through the court record because we have 5 new things. Omnibus murder. Case summary. A victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim. Name, Mr. Milverton Male. Mason Milverton Male. Occupation, brickmaker. Domicile, East End of London. Trial summary, defendant Magnus McGilded. Prosecution attorney, Lord Barak Van Zykes. Defendant attorney, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay.
And it took an entire book to say that?
Right?
Yes.
Okay. These are the 2 things on this side.
Unborn parishes in big first blunder. How awful. Virginie, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Trial pickpocket protects planet post-trial.
Hello there. Jerry Rosie, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. How are you doing? Protects planet?
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
You like flip it over?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the same thing regardless of which, it just has a space in between.
Yeah.
There's a sensational story lower on the front page as well. Ministry Mo classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Yo, Jerry, don't DM me during a stream. If your account's not verified, that's one thing, but don't. I'm not really gonna be reading it. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Reno?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday?
Yes, it could be. It can. It could explain why he has Grimsley running from pillar to post at the moment.
Details of the day's paper have been updated in the court record. Nice. Autopsy report. Details of victim. Name Pop Windbank, male. Occupation pawnbroker on Baker Street. Time of death April 16th of April 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Post-mortem findings. Single bullet wound in the upper half of victim's back. No other signs of visible trauma. Instant death from posterior
anterior.
Postero-anterior.
Oh, bullet wound to the heart. Bullet entered body from the back on a gently rising diagonal. It says gently rising, so it's not like that much shorter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't buy it. That's, I think, just all this is. Look at that. It looks like a scorch mark.
Looks like there's rifling inside there, like the gun was pressed to his back.
Yeah.
Which would be difficult for somebody short, potentially.
Yes. I mean, Iris was in the fetal position, which kind of is more of a, like, surprised or tied up or knocked unconscious kind of a pose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. Actually, is there anything? No, it's just magnifying glass again. Gun. Yeah. This is Mr. Windbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty.
Mr. Winterbank, always used to keep this gun to hand. Used to keep this gun to hand on his counter drop.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right. Keep all the pawn articles that were in his cash safe.
But his one bullet was fired at night, and the poor man lost his life. I mean, that was always his intention with that bullet, so, like, I don't know about that. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? I think that's it. Alright.
You ever look at
Continue.
the rifling at all, or maybe?
Hmm?
I was wondering if you could look at the rifling at all and on the barrel. Like if you're facing down it.
I think it's just gonna say the same thing. Because, like, if we turn it
Mm-hmm.
360, there's not, like, a break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden right now.
I think that's because it has. Oh, we're just already taking the cloak off. Okay.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th of April of this year.
What is with their skull cross?
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Either of you. You can.
I'm gonna have Greg's in coming up.
Yeah, so.
Name's Ringo Solkin. Occupations are same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
I ain't doing that. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot.
Oh, blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what we're going for?
It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we come across you. The very spit o' the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him.
So we decided there. And then what we was gonna do, we was gonna call ya.
Big bruv Sulky.
I like how it looked like he
Oh.
took a bite out of the stem and it ended up being lower down.
Leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he ran out of chips? Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they, these three?
No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence.
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
He's on a box. He's so
Yeah.
short.
Of course, he's shorter than Gina. Easy. He shot the guy.
Yeah. Order, order.
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceeding.
Please ignore the dog barking in the background.
Though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
I need to go to the washroom.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna get some water.
Okay. Stream fight. Good timing.
Perfect.
Yeah, given that, like, if this were one of the older Ace Attorney games, I could definitely see voicing the entire courtroom by yourself. But with this one, like, there's literally 6 extra people and multiple on the witness stand.
Honestly, the older ones aren't too different. It's more being able to like figure out who is a one-off and who's like actually important.
Yeah.
Which is very hard with these games.
Mm-hmm.
Because they put a lot of effort into characters you will see for like 2 scenes.
Yeah.
But I actually used to do a bit of this with my sister.
Uh-huh.
Because she had the like original 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I started running out of voices in like the first game.
Yeah, it's just reuse voices, hope they're not in the same scene.
I was very lucky that there was a cowboy, because that
Yeah.
took a lot of stress off of the voice.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I see the stream is back too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was good timing.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court.
Oop. Wrong window.
Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Cause Skulkin's never sulkin. Oh my.
Got all of it.
There's so many pixels just a second ago. Hopefully there's even more now and they can arrange themselves in a actual visible image.
Hopefully you can see that the short man here is possibly a dog.
And also standing on a box. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see? It's not as easily as I was doing it before.
It was like some kind of sign. Begging for us to go in, he was.
But once we got inside, God blimey loomy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Stream fight.
Stream job. We really are going to get to 69 at this rate.
I know, right? I like this animation. It's like he's doing the... It's like he's doing the goofy, like, hand swapping on the knees dance. But we We've never done nothing. Nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after, nice and quiet. Lies! You shot a man!
The short guy looks so suspicious.
He really does. A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes.
What's the matter, Rono?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their...
Nice. You just have to.
I just have to. Just do it.
It's
Don't
like the
let
stream
your
once you go
dreams...
your 3-episode power charging arc.
Don't let your dreams be memes. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Cross-examining. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaffer's door was ajar, see? Was it?
Objection.
The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo?
Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky?
How would I know? The place wouldn't have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town.
Well, it was pitch black inside, is true. Ain't that right, Ringo?
I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky? Me old mucker?
Oh, no.
Leave me alone. The classic Sasuke defense.
There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place.
And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Aren't you normally respectful in not adding anything to this?
Nah.
That's pure conjecture.
Perhaps. But it changes nothing.
Sounds like he's on the take.
These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened.
It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was.
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Done it, eh, Ringo?
They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of two thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm sure of that.
It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time.
You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it.
It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
I'm gonna go see what my dog is barking at because no one's home. There's nothing.
Just making noise.
But now will she bark at me?
Probably.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks just like our brother.
I said, cut it out.
Those chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside, oh blimey loomy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. Oh, wait, go back. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that.
It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bro?
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windavine always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was just discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
You hit the Q button. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom?
If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning. Not much to see by.
And the door was hidden behind the curtain and all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Eh?
Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. You turn your rabbit, Ringo. Your turn to rabbit, Ringo.
Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is the former.
I mean, given that they are thieves, you would think they are the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after the nice and quiet.
See that we know that's wrong though, because Sholmes got shot.
Yep. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull my dicks out and out me lockets.
Lucy Lockett.
And he was talking about his pockets.
Yeah.
But the stream went down again.
Yep. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers.
We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dicks out of me Lucy lockets.
And again!
I don't think the stream likes that term.
The Lucy Lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe that I can click in the right window. Come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anybody else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor.
You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway.
It was.
Why the bleeding Nora?
Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor they'd been rushed to the hospital. Great Sholmes, that's beyond pale. Beyond the pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession.
Oh.
Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel? The court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skulkin brothers' gun has been added to the court record.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend.
I keep thinking the tip of his, or the base of the hilt of his sword is like the bottle cap for the wine thing. And I just see it moving like it's spinning on the table in the side of the freaking goblet thing. Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. I've had a little too much already.
But not enough to deal with you.
For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under
The
scrutiny in
literal
this trial.
bullet in the wall?
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
That is terrible.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence. These two fired a gun before they left the Windibanks that night.
It'd be the blood record.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
That shows the green one, I think.
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Just seeing what all we have on that. Yeah, it would have to be this.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Well, we can't trust that they did what they, like, we were just getting our part of the evidence. If you have official evidence to further corroborate or deny my thing, then go ahead.
I haven't seen the police change blood colors.
Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying, then. Counsel, present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded the firearm at the scene? Not this one. Not this one. Is this one? Hiya! What is that? Explain! This photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date showed being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes, this is credible evidence that the witness did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Yeah. Tiny man. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zykes?
No
With an
comment.
animation.
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
What?
But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, On the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup.
Well, the deal, you aren't gonna get into them detail. Tell him, Sulky, set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add.
So he knew, did he?
Obviously.
Van Zykes knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
What fact do you refer? To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zykes?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun.
Wait, but didn't Sholmes have to have a bullet extracted from him?
Yeah. They have another gun, probably.
However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim.
Well, yeah, that's not really... They used his gun. Shut up.
Said there's another gun.
But I'm talking there's 3 shots had been fired.
Yeah, I'm saying I think both of them have a gun.
Or
I think
maybe the
both-
brother that went missing has the 3rd gun.
Yeah.
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all.
So that's it? That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it.
We didn't, Ash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder.
What a catalog, eh, fellas?
Ah,
We're in for it now, bro. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly.
where's he going with this?
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Isn't I?
Thank you.
Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric. Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look.
He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh. That's one of Harley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device.
Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, it would be caught red-handed.
Every half hour, there's a long time.
Yeah.
The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
It's gonna show her breaking in.
Yep.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour? I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord.
I mean, the real way would be just have each of them offset by a half hour.
Yeah.
On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of Friar tuck in, bruv.
Lady loves skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv?
Must have been, yes, must have been. Yeah, it's just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Huh? Good lord. It's the defendant.
I bet you she has the gun because he was threatening to kill himself.
Probably. Miss Gina Lestrade.
As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter.
She's not pointing it at him, though.
No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Photographic of Gina has been entered into the court record. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders.
Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it.
Exactly.
The bullet that hit Harley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through the Windbank store.
I'll make those brothers pay with a gun.
Seems like that is it. And this is just a magnifying glass again. Meow.
Hey, there's the cat.
Yeah.
Tab.
And down. Goodbye, pupper. Please don't bark again. She's not gonna listen. Ugh.
I don't believe it, Jenny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank.
There's probably just a lot of guns rolling around in there. And then being like, I don't want to use my bullet.
I wonder if I might put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Foreman.
Took a belly bullet to the knee in the Battle of Many Wild, 1880. Don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from the service, sadly. Cause a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman. And what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battlefield after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all, and all for one.
His face is kind of flush. Are you high?
What does any of that have to do with the case?
He wants to be known that he has well-reaching knowledge.
Of guns. And war. Actually,
And getting shot.
all the stream farts happening. I'm gonna go to bed. As it's reconnecting. I'm still just gonna go.
Again.
Yep.
You have not missed much. It did another diarrhea.
Good. Like, not good, but good.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Status report for the court, men. On the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too.
I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the journey to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty. Guilty.
Wham! It does appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
Just because everyone else does doesn't mean I have to be like everyone else. Van Zykes, shut up.
Don't get bent. We're the protagonists, not you.
Dracula-looking mother trucker. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Our evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket teen.
As a household, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Why is that a tongue twister?
I think you'll find if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth would just pop out.
Is that a hint?
I don't know.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Wait. Did he perform the surgery on Sholmes?
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
In a storeroom locked from the inside in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hands the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the witnesses.
Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling that bally trigger.
No, she's not. It's pointed up.
I mean, her finger is on the trigger, though.
She does have bad trigger discipline. So.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear. Harley's cameras was supposed to help, not hinder.
Let me see 30
Just give me,
minutes
like,
later.
It's gonna be some minor thing that's different on the table, isn't it?
Probably.
That's all you could do, right? You could magnifying glass the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So there's gonna be something different between the pictures.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Wow. And I don't think we have that last picture in the court record. Oh, we do.
We don't have the other ones, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
I mean,
I'm just pressing everything.
oh, you're gonna press everything?
Yeah.
Is that like cause an issue if you press the wrong person?
Not yet. Early on, it's fine, but I don't think there's enough to really immediately contradict anything.
Right.
Everyone's logic was,
I
kind of
just don't know.
shallow.
I haven't played the game, so I didn't know how it worked. If you had a limited number of presses.
No, you can press everything unless it says that you're, like, causing people to get upset at you, and then you must, like, kind of choose who you want to press.
Gotcha.
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer, Jack. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did a rather lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
What kind of dialogue is that?
Bruh.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was all the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies.
Oh.
I haven't had the heart to break the news to Joanne yet. Bad enough the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do a rather lot, but not for us. That's for dash certain.
I suppose not.
Cause there can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Wow. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to the juror number 2. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
As long as she doesn't like the two brothers either.
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. In the same spot that you have been every other time. A maid's work is never done, not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. Places full of beggars, pickpockets, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Pranced magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. That's not the defendant, though. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. There we go. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. I don't know, should I press that? Actually, wait. Oh, that's because I can pit people against each other.
I mean, if you can press everybody, then why not, I guess, just press everybody.
Yeah, because she amended her statement, I'm gonna press her again. I agree with you, the shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pickpurse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy.
Ronald. It was one of those two brothers that shot Harley, wasn't it?
Yes, without question.
Well, I'll never forgive them.
Oh, Iris.
Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us, don't you think?
Can you pit the jury members against each other?
Yeah, I can. That's the point of this.
Okay.
That's you.
I think you'll find if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? You look at the photograph print normally. Looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
But there's no indication that the defendant even fired the gun.
All I'm saying is, if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
The two different camera angles. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? He has
What's a
one right there.
stereoscope? Ooh, how did you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess.
Never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating. The height of modernity.
Of course.
Oh yes, I think you'll find the stereoscope here is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen.
3DS. Only it could give me a new perspective in this case. I might agree with you. It can!
So I wonder if you get a second photograph, can you press him again to look at the stereoscope version?
I can't present anything to them.
You know what I mean? Like after you're done with this, right, and things change, do you get? Will there be another chance for you to talk to the jurors?
Probably. There's probably going to be a couple chances.
Okay, so like I'm saying, once we get another photograph of the shooting cook, right? Maybe you can press him to get more information about the stereoscope vision of the photographs.
Maybe. I'm thinking that just him being here, it's going to be suggested that we look at the thing in stereoscope. And then find information there. We can't ever... We can press people, but the only thing pressing does is makes them elaborate on their stuff. Sometimes it will give us an option if it's trying to lead us in the direction of, hey, you press this thing, now you can present things. But we can't just, like, present things in order to press. Presenting is basically telling people they're wrong.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? Totally passed me by. Ryunosuke, once again, the idiot.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, so no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So what is
There
it?
goes the stream.
Oop. Real forefront of the bowels of my stream.
Just a quick thought, do we want to think a bit more on like a cutoff point since it's getting somewhat late?
I thought he was being sarcastic about not knowing. Also just came back, so yeah. Welcome back, Rhea. What time are you thinking?
Probably before 8.
Okay. We could also just at the end of the summation examination if you're just feeling like leaving.
I mean, that works too, I guess. 'Cause I'd like to be back before too late, for food, and also I've been having a bit of a headache for
Okay, yeah.
most of the day.
After we get through this and back to the thing proper, I'll save and we can call it. So what is it that you think you've left behind?
Oh, well, that is a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
Sewed it back up in person. What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? Oh, of course I couldn't.
I think you would feel that.
So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
Or would he, with all of the anesthetics they gave him?
Oh. Oh. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember what exactly I've just sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I've made everything Now, I made sure everything is farting on stream, defecating all over the place. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I can't get through this line.
Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
The game is having a serious conniption.
We're just skipping it. It's in the VOD multiple times now at this point. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Rage intensifies. Yeah! Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey.
But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean bed, connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head
Gets
hurt.
attacked by sharks. You're well informed, young lady. but cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
They're in the 1800s. Why are they
So you
already
gotta- you
thinking
gotta
about
hydrate.
wireless? Hydrate. I will have to chew ice. There is no more liquid.
I mean, you're still hydrating. It's just crunchy water.
Yum, eat water. Yep. Crunch. And then when I was starting to catch up,
Radio transmissions in the future. Stop. Messages carried over airways, four corners of the globe. Stop.
wow, she is like hammering. Look at that thing waggle.
Seven Gurren. Stop. Atmospheric electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving electrical revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it.
Maybe we can.
I really can't. They're just
Wait.
silly toys. I feel bad for you. Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but
What?
the lack of enthusiasm in his narration.
Oh.
Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you.
Goodness. Are you ever talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh.
Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
What a great way is to appease the man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate.
What sort of possibilities?
Well, take a crime scene, for example. You had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope. It could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before.
Yeah, so there must be like a stereoscope view of 2 photographs.
Mm-hmm. Look at this nerd!
Like, Ryunosuke's been through the stereoscope stuff for like 4 days straight now.
You would
How's
think
he
you would
still
understand.
surprised by it?
I know, right?
Have you got any Reno? Any prints we could?
Actually, we could look through the stereoscope. Yes, we do.
But don't we need 2 photographs, right?
We have the
We have
cat.
the cats.
Oh, I guess, yeah. But that doesn't show anything different on the crime scene.
But we don't have a second picture of that, so...
That's what I'm saying. There should be more pictures of this scene somewhere.
Yeah. So, should we do this one?
Well, I think that
Well, we want-
might come later.
So, you think we're getting ahead of it? And
I think we're doing too early.
So we should do
Because
this?
he just wants an example of, like, how the thing works.
Okay.
And I believe that's the, like, game thing to, like, show you that.
I was wrong. I actually can't think of anything we can use at all.
Or, I guess...
So I think the photo of Gina is right, but I think we're supposed to get another picture
Mhm.
entered into the evidence somehow.
I think
You
that
know?
through this is how we enter it into the evidence, is what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's what I think we need to do.
Yeah. In the motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Just press him, then we'll go back.
Yeah.
Please tell me you're not Violin Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary.
Da. I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrats.
And which glove fits?
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing and would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. Please, say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Da. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say.
They shot Sholmes.
Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris.
What is it, Aura now?
The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, are they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how's it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks like, for all the world, like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew. Friends in low places.
If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Except she would. She's
I
literally
don't
done
know
it
about
4
that
times.
specific wording, but
Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go with to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Alright, so now we go back.
I feel like the maid was the only one that had a dialogue change in her original statement, right?
Yeah.
I feel like she disliked the Russian tourist because he's
yeah.
not part of her spotless London.
Yeah, so we could pit this one against the other, and I just want to see if presenting the crime scene stereoscope, the crime scene photo, is gonna get us the second one, because it's already been established that there were 2 cameras there. And he specifically brought up the example of crime scene.
Right. This is the same dialogue here.
Yeah, I should just wait until...
Just probably have to go through all of it to pull up the steaming mad guy.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Keith, it'd be interesting if you get the other photo this way, or if you had to wait for some reason for it to be entered manually.
We can't come back to this, though. Once we're done with this, we're done with this. We don't come back here. Because, like, from here, we can't go back to the witness stand. We have to stay here. There will be an automatic transition, but then when we come back to doing another summation, which there should be at some point, it's not going to be the same summation.
Take that.
Alright, then juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
of course I can.
Very well, then. I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
We do have to have it.
So you have to be able to come back to this point then.
Mm-hmm.
So then do the thing with Juror 2 and Juror 6 then. Right? The maid and the Russian.
Mm-hmm. I'm a lawyer.
Take that!
Wait, sorry, what do you mean? One more print.
Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how stereoscope works?
Now,
What?
you need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye, one for the right.
Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph.
No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints.
Thanks for the friendly explanation.
Well, if we obtain another print at some point later, we can always show it to this young man then.
I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Well, to be fair, Runo did make a classic blunder.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll pit
I
the
think
two
you-
against each other.
I think the maid would say something to the tourist because he's the odd one out. He's not a
Yeah.
Londoner.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory? Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Ah, here is word abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you're telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing. But truth is they shot detective. Duh. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Mouse, no! Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
I mean, he doesn't want to be lumped into a criminal.
This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Runo. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prince from Harley's red-handed recorder. This must be how we get the other picture.
Yeah.
We haven't left the...
This makes sense. My brain didn't connect the dots to pitting people against each other would get me the other print.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like,
I mean-
maybe presenting the print and being like, why is got the mouse in a chokehold? We don't know.
He trusts nobody, not even a mouse. He gave it a cookie and it betrayed his trust.
Ah,
If you compare the prints that Jenny and the next print from half hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not.
okay, that's not my thinking on it, but sure.
I mean, you'd be able to see if anything on the desk has been moved. Right?
True, true.
Joey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily had heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Something looked different there.
Something's moved, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
something just shifted right now. The books?
Yeah, the books and the scale and the dog picture.
Okay.
I didn't even see what was. Nothing has been taken. Okay. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print.
Oh, can you make
One of them.
Okay, so I get what we have to do. Even though we can't technically see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do the thing with juror 5 again, pit her against 3, right? When she says stereoscopes are garbage,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you get him to show you it by presenting the 2 photographs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the issue is, well, I guess we could do the option of we don't have to, but
Well, didn't we just get the other one?
no. We were shown it, but it was not entered into the court record.
Okay.
If it's entered into a court record where we can then do something with it, it will clearly state it in blue
Alright.
text. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men but stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers had lied. I think it is very important to continue with the trial. Okay.
Yay, well done, Rhino. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose, but there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation into our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the
Okay.
bailiff to be filed as evidence. There we go. Got it.
So now we do the same thing. We go to 5, and we let her talk about how stereoscopes are garbage, and switch over to 3 and say, hey, take a look at these.
Yeah. Oh, what does he say?
His is green, I guess, because there's nothing
Yeah.
dark green.
Well, it's also just because it's aligned with us. In Lake of Lies, are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. All right, lady.
Alright. Just gotta speed through it all until we get to the thing with 2. Or with 3, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Faster! Faster!
Yes, number 3. You know all this. Absolutely. I have 2 photos.
Now I have to. Wait.
Take that!
Alright, then juror number 3? Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? I'd like you to demonstrate. And then this one.
Take that!
Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle?
Please let me say yes. I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. You're telling me you crash coursed the entire law in 40 days and you can't retain a thing from yesterday that you've encountered 5 times?
And they've all been like things that mattered to each time.
I know. Left eye and the right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects.
He put every law ever in his brain. He doesn't have room for anything else.
Then your brain merges the images together, blah blah blah.
And it looks exactly the same because we're not on a 3DS.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
What happens if you use 2 photographs that are exact the same then?
Nothing.
No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway.
Oh. Oh, of course. Now I see.
Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret.
I have. And my eyes, they're stuck.
Can you come cross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these 2 pictures from the Harley's camera, you know? Go on.
Oh, are you telling me that the camera pans slightly?
Someone moved the camera.
Something like that.
Oh. It's still hard to see though.
Yeah. Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
What a dumb thing.
Well, yes. You can see this straight away, but now.
Try looking in 3. Okay. Have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Are they not gonna do this for us?
It probably will.
Bro, Iris has 5 different personalities with these voices.
Why, yeah. It's called split personality disorders.
Yeah.
How do you think I got my PhD at age 10?
I really hope the game does it.
Picture
Does.
2, there is no fat man. Yeah, because like, I'm doing this on a monitor.
Well, I can't do it on my monitor either.
I can't even do it on like the display on my phone. Wait.
Well, did you manage to see it properly, Reno?
No?
But if you say not really, will it just make Stereoscope Boy do it?
I'm not very good at this, that's the trouble.
Oh, don't worry. I've have just the thing. I happened to bring it with me. A portable stereoscope.
Mr. Self, let's go home. Wait, there's also no gunmen. No people equals no crime committed. 5-head court adjourned. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you've had that contraption with you from the outset, you could have saved me staring at Mr. Windibank and Gina like I hate them all that time.
And if you remember, I said in reply, it is much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes, Aruno.
That's kind of frustrating that that's like a point of this game.
Well, when they built the game, I'm sure they assumed you just turn on the 3D or the
Yeah.
3DS, and it would just do it for you,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. Here goes.
Here goes.
Yeah, we did notice that.
I mean, I saw it shift when they did the quick transition, right? Like that's how I noticed it.
Yeah. What's going on with these two pictures? Actually, if you remember, some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. The judge. The judge's face was great.
Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscope.
Other amazing power?
Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that?
I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question.
I mean, how can he consider the basic principles of the stereoscope if he has no idea how it works?
Okay, he wasn't paying attention, clearly.
Basic principles of the stereoscope.
As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures three-dimensionally.
In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, it shows that actually there must have been some slight shift in their positions.
Yes, there must have been.
Now hold on. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
I'm really not. What?
He
Me?
actually admitted he could not do it.
Yeah. I haven't the first idea, actually.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple.
It is.
Just think it through, step by step, Runo. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken.
Uh-huh.
But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means
I mean, sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Those Zokers.
Zookers.
Zokers.
Someone tampered.
New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop.
Yes. You've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom?
Are you suggesting you might know?
Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter.
I mean, it's got to be. There's only like 4 people it could be, right? It's one of the Skulkins, Genie, or Windibank. Right.
Yeah.
Those are the people we know are at the scene.
I'm guessing it's one of these two.
Mhm.
See, I think I think Ringo is too suspicious, so you pick Nash.
I think Ringo's too short, so I'm gonna pick Nash.
Mhm.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes meaning hands and Lucy Lockets meaning pockets. But this is another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so.
Oh,
I mean,
hold
how
on
can you
a
be
minute.
sure that?
What?
So that how can you be sure that the books and stuff didn't get shifted when Windibank and Gina quote walked through into the storeroom?
Because there was no threat of. I mean, there was no like physical fisticuffs that would have happened unless he
right,
like
but the books,
dove at her.
I'm saying like the books things aren't shifted very much.
Yeah, I don't see what could have possibly done that if they were.
I mean, the books were already hanging off the counter. I'm saying like what stops the Miles Edgeworth character saying, well, how do you know the book just didn't get shifted when they walked around the corner?
Honestly, we don't.
But I get that. I'm just saying like that would be what I would expect him to say.
Yeah. But the prosecution's not allowed to really, or they shouldn't be talking during a summation examination. This is only
Okay.
for the defense.
Okay, it's fine.
That's why, like he had said that earlier in one of the cases, is that like he was being respectful of the defense's request for the summation examination by not shutting down their ideas.
Mm.
Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim, ceiling above their head. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further than a wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night.
I wonder if they were looking for the key.
Maybe? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant to the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize the testimony given against her by the two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
He's got to keep his hands clean.
Yeah. I don't think I caught that the first time.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You'll see their extraordinarily potential firsthand.
Wow.
Is that what puts us at half?
Yeah, we need 4.
Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. so that's enough to move on.
Yep.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay. Well done. Oh, and by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful.
Thank you.
That tip will lead it later in the trial.
Yeah. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord Van Zykes, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
That was a long segment.
It really was. It didn't help that we just didn't, like, first run that whole, like, really lengthy section.
Mhm.
On myself another chance to probe at the pair about their activities that night, at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven Gina is innocent.
Oh, getting fade to black.
Are you getting it to be continued? We are getting it to be continued.
Jesus. We've at. No, it's 7 o'clock.
Yeah. 5 hours. Save current progress? Yes. Alrighty, guys. I am going to call this a wrap. And get food. Thank you all for hanging out. If you're still lurking, thank you for lurking. And, I will be back tomorrow. I am dropping Cyberpunk, and I'm just gonna be streaming Switch games on Monday instead. That will be updated in the schedule shortly. So yeah, see you tomorrow. I'm probably just gonna be streaming Mario Kart. Until then,
Mario-Kart.
yes, Mario Kart. But until then, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you are, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.